Welcome in, Wildcat fans. We are here for the matchup between the Western Oregon University Wolves versus your Central Washington University Wildcats. We're going to go through the lineups real quick before this matchup starts. So starting off on the mound for your Wildcats is going to be Ashley Laver. She has been pretty good throughout this season, and then she will be going up against Western Oregon's leadoff hitter Bella Valdez, who will be at second base, Victoria Zimmerman, who will be hitting in the two-hole out in center field, Kate Ronning over in the third base position. The designated player Isabel Lewis will be hitting in the cleanup spot, four-hole. Shelby Smalley will be the catcher, Sydney Conklin shortstop, Lexi Carlos first base, Maddie Doige left field, and rounding off the order will be Sophia Franklin for Western Oregon University. The lineup for your Wildcats is going to be McKenna King over in second base, leading off the lineup. Jillian Hampson will be in center field. Sasha Mitchell will be our designated player for today. Your team leader in home runs, Alyssa Bentigan, is going to be behind the dish in the catcher spot. Five-hole is going to be Brooke Jordan over at first base. Then Serena Perez, who hit the first home run of the season for your Wildcats, will be hitting six-hole and be over at third base. Kate Hopkins over in right field, Elaine Kaisner at shortstop, and Carson Decker in left field. See what the Wildcats can get done today here on April 12th. Wildcats are looking for, I believe, win number 12 on the season. I believe they sit at 11-22 right now, so looking to get up into 7-6 in conference play as well, because we sit 6-6 in conference play. National anthem is underway, so we will be back in just a moment for Wildcat softball. Welcome back in, Wildcat fans. Laver is on the mound warming up right now along with her fellow Wildcats. Ashley Laver on the season is 5-11 and 2.9 ERA, so she's looking to hopefully get another win to her win column, as now balls will be going into the dugouts. We are about to get underway. As I mentioned earlier, Bella Valdez will be leading off for the Wolves, as Valdez is hitting .290 on the year. Good solid leadoff hitter, as she is going to look to get on base first. She is stepping up to the box in just a moment, as Blue is ready to get this game underway. And there she is. She steps into the box. Lefty batter is Valdez. Here comes the first pitch to her. Third baseman playing in. First pitch will be called a strike number one. Catches the edge of the plate. Laver looking to continue a hot streak. She got a win a few weeks ago, looking to get another one. 6-6 in conference play are the Wildcats. Both teams coming into this game with losing streaks. Here comes the next pitch. That one's going to be a little bit high and outside. Ball number one, 1-1 count to Valdez. Valdez, as I said, playing second base. She can play a little bit of middle infield, shortstop, and second. Here comes her next pitch. That one is also going to be outside, 2-1 count. Valdez, no home runs on the season, 6 RBIs. Not a big RBI hitter, as she seems to be the primary leadoff batter. She has played in all 35 games this season and has started in every single one of them. Here comes the next pitch. That one's going to catch the edge of the plate once again. Good location by Laver, 2-2 count. Nobody on, nobody out. If you were just joining us, game just started. Ashley Laver back onto the mound. Comes the next pitch. Fouled out of play. That's going to keep the count 2-2. We will stay where we are at. As I said just a minute ago, both corner infielders are playing in. That is Serena Perez and Brooke Jordan. Serena Perez playing a few feet in front of the third base, and that one's going to be outside, bringing the count full, 3-2. A leadoff walk is not what the Wildcats want to give up. We will see what Labor has for us here in this next pitch. She sets. She deals. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high. Ball number 4, a leadoff walk from Bella Valdez as she will reach base. Coming up next is going to be the center fielder, Victoria Zimmerman. Zimmerman on the year hitting an astounding 360 average in 100 at-bats. 35 games played, and 35 of them she has started. 5 RBIs on the year, 380 slugging percentage. As Blue's going to take a little bit of a time here. As now Zimmerman will step back into the box. Another lefty batter is Zimmerman, so back-to-back lefties that Labor will face. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and it looks like it's going to be ball number 1. Serena Perez was ready to crash in on that one. Every infielder playing very in now except for our second baseman. McKenna King is a little bit farther back compared to the rest of the infield. This one swung and hit, but foul, so that's going to be out of play. 1-1 count now to Zimmerman. Zimmerman, 36 hits in 100 at-bats, 1 triple on the year, no doubles yet. Seems to be primarily a single hitter. Here comes the next pitch. 1-1 count. Shows bunt again. This time, did she get to pull it back? And she did. It's going to be a little bit high. 2-1 count now. Here in the top of the first, the Wildcats have not had an opportunity to bat just yet. Looking to get out of this inning soon to bring up those bats of the Wildcats. Here comes the next pitch. 2-1. This time the bunt's laid down. It's going to be grabbed by Perez. Throws it over to first base. That's going to be the first out of the day, but not before Bella Valdez advances to second base. So now stepping into the box is going to be the third baseman, Kate Ronning. She is second on the team in average, 343. Leads the team in RBIs as well, at least in the starting lineup right now. She has 12. This time a righty batter. Another bunt is being shown, and this time it's going to go just foul. Stayed on the line for a second, but not long enough. Ronning, 34 hits in 99 at-bats. She is a ball magnet. She has been hit 3 times on the season so far. We'll see if Labor can keep control. Bunt again. Runner seemed to be taking a big lead over at second base, but will stay. Ball number 1 as well. It's going to be a 1-1 count. Not a big strikeout batter is Ronning. She's only struck out 7 times this year. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be right over the plate. It's going to be a 1-2 count now with 1 out. Labor has a whip of 1.28. See if she can use that to her advantage today. Pitch comes in. That one's going to be just a little bit high and outside. Almost caught the strike zone, but not enough. 2-2 count. Labor has walked 26 batters this season. 27 now with the walk earlier from Bella Valdez. And she's heading off for third. Throw from Bentigan down to the field, down to third base, and it's going to be past Serena Perez. Ball coming home now, and that one's going to be past Bentigan. So a couple of errors there for your Wildcats is going to lead for a run coming in. It's going to be Bella Valdez scoring on a missed throw down to third base when she was stealing. Gave her enough time to get home and score. So it's going to be 1-0 now here in the first. The counts are 2-2 now. 2 balls and 2 strikes on that passed ball. So the bases are clear now for Ronning. popped up in the air, but it's going to be right over our heads, as that is going to keep us here at 2-2. Way to stay alive there for Ronning. Wildcats only have 1 out so far, and already 1 run to match that for Western Oregon. Laver sets, waiting her pitch. Here it comes. That one's going to be hit over to second base, over the head of McKenna King into the right center gap, and it's going to be Kate Hopkins reeling it in. Not before it will be a single for Kate Ronning. That will bring up the designated player for today's game and the cleanup hitter for Western Oregon. That is going to be Isabel Lewis. Laver started off the game with 2 lefty batters, now have 2 righty batters. Infield in once again. This one's going to be right over the plate. Strike number 1. Laver's now got to worry about that runner over at first base, trying to keep the score 1-0. This one's hit over to right field. Is it going to stay fair? It does not look like it will. That will be just outside the right field line, out of play. Kate Hopkins made a good effort to try to get over there, just a little bit too far. Isabel Lewis hitting .242 on the year. She has 1 home run on the year, so it showed a little bit of power. This one's going to be a high and outside. Brings it to a 1-2 count. Last game I called for the softball team, Laver had a number of strikeouts. She is going to be looking for her first one here, 1-2 counts. And there it is. That's going to be strikeout number 1 on the day for Laver. Hopefully looking to get many more, and that will also be the second out of the day. This is going to bring up Shelby Smalley now, the catcher for Western Oregon. Smalley hitting .268. Comes the pitch. Outside. Aggressive jump there from Kate Ronning, but she decides to stay back. Gotta wonder if Western Oregon is going to be wanting to steal now after seeing Bensigan overthrow the third baseman on the pass steal. This one's going to be over the plate, 1-1 counts. Brooke Jordan trying to keep Ronning over there pretty close at first. Obviously, there is no leadoff here in softball, but the jump matters a lot. That one's going to be inside. Almost catches a piece of Smalley. It's going to be 2-1 count now. Smalley is also a ball magnet. She leads the team in hit by pitch. Tied, at least. This one's hit over to center field. Under is going to be Hampson, and that is going to be the 3rd out of the inning. The Wildcats will get out of here. After 1 run is scored, coming up in just a minute is going to be your second baseman, McKenna King, leading off for the Wildcats. Jillian Hampson hitting number 2, and then Sasha Mitchell hitting number 3. Don't go anywhere, Wildcats fans. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. On the mound for Western Oregon is going to be Mackenzie Collins. Mackenzie Collins on the year is 7 and 9, a 1.7 ERA. That is very good so far on the year. The Wildcats will look to try to bring that ERA up a little bit. They are trailing 1-0 early in this game, but a lot of game left. So the righty McKenna King will step into the batter's box. King awaiting the first pitch. Here comes Collins. She deals. That one's going to be fouled back to the fence. It's going to be starting off with an 0-1 count for King. King on the year hitting .268, has started in every single game she has played in, all 33 of them. 112 at-bats with 30 hits. 0-1 pitch comes to King. That one's going to be just outside. It's going to be a 1-1 count now. Thought that might have clipped the edge of the plate, but just a little too far out. Good vision there from King. Eleven strikeouts on the year for King so far. Looking to avoid another one. 1-1. 2-1 count now. King has a little bit of speed, but hasn't showcased it too much. Has only stolen once this year. She was safe on that attempt, though. See if she can get on base and grab herself another stolen base. 2-1 pitch coming. Popped up, and that looks like it's going to be just outside of play. No, it's going to be on the fence. Is the catcher for Western Oregon, Shelby Smalley, right up against the fence, able to make the catch. So that's a great first out for Western Oregon.
The center fielder, Jillian Hampson.
Jillian Hampson up to bat now. She ended off last inning, or the top of this inning, with the flyout from Shelby Smalley. Smalley getting a little bit of payback as she just got her pop out there, but now the lefty Hampson will come up to bat. First pitch is in and it's going to be low. Ball number 1. That one was in the darts. Jillian Hampson is second in the team in average for your Wildcats, .272 on the year. 4 doubles as well. Here comes the pitch. 1-0. That one's inside and it catches her knee. So that's going to be a free base for the Wildcats. Your first base runner on the day comes from a hit by pitch, and it is going to be Jillian Hampson aboard base. Catches that right off the knee.
Designated player, Sasha Mitchell.
Sasha Mitchell coming up to bat now. Mitchell, 4th on the team in average, .271, has started in 20 games and has played in 25 of them. Back to another righty. Mitchell awaits the pitch. It comes in. That one's going to be inside, but catches the inner part of the plate. 0-1 count to Mitchell. Hampson, if anyone on this field is a ball magnet. She's been hit 8 times, now 9. Double what anyone has had on Western Oregon. This one's going to be outside. Catcher Smalley give a little bit of pump fake over to Hampson down at first base, doing what she can to keep her close. Looks like first base umpire is giving some sort of signal. Not quite sure what they're calling. I think they just called Hampson out at first base. Not quite sure why. I don't know if she got a little bit of a lead or something. Coach for your Wildcats will come over and discuss what is going on, what the call was. He does not seem too happy about it, but regardless, it looks like we have 2 outs now, and our only base runner that we've had all day is now back to the dugouts. Regardless, it will be a 1-1 count. Interesting call from the first base umpire. I can't quite say I know exactly what happened, but interested to see if we can get some clarification soon. So 1-1 count, 2 outs. Wildcats looking to get another base runner here. Now 2-1 counts. Sasha Mitchell on the year, 3 RBIs, 2 doubles, along with 16 hits. 2-1 pitch from Collins. This one's fouled right back to us again, off the fence. Brings it to 2-2 now. Collins on the year has 126 strikeouts, which is, if I'm doing the math correct here, 5 times more than their second leading pitcher with strikeouts. 2-2. Swing and a miss, and she's going to add another one to her tally. That is going to end off the first inning for your Wildcats. We'll be back in the top of the second with Sydney Conklin, Lexi Carlos, and Maddie Deutsch for the Western Oregon University Wolves. Stepping into the box for Western Oregon University is going to be the shortstop, Sydney Conklin, another righty batter for the Wolves, as she is now going to await the pitch from Laver. First inning ended with the Wildcats on a strikeout, and it is going to be pitch number 1 strike from Ashley Laver. Recipient is Conklin. So 1-0 ball game here in the top of the second. Laver looking to not allow a run this inning. Corner infield is in once again. That's another strike. That one was a heater. 0-2 count now. Conklin was way behind that one. Just couldn't catch up to it. Laver looking for K number 2 on the day. And she's going to get it. That is the second strikeout of the day for Ashley Laver. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. She got Conklin out of there fast. So coming up now will be the first baseman, Lexi Carlos. Lexi Carlos, 3rd on the team in average, 320. A lot less at-bats compared to her fellow Wolves, but she is still up there in average. That one's going to be inside, but called strike by the Blue. 0-1 count. Carlos has no home runs, no doubles, no triples, all singles for the first baseman, as that one's going to be in, but it looks like that one's going to be ball number 1. Beautiful day here in Ellensburg. Laver looking to add a win to her total here. 1-1. That one's going to be, it looked like an off speed. That one catches the plate. Thought that might have been a little bit outside. I think Carlos did too. That's why she took, but it's a 1-2 count. Can Laver get back-to-back-to-back strikeouts? We will find out. No, it is going to be popped up. It's out of play, so it's still a chance that that can happen. Carlos will make her way back to the batter's box. 1 out, nobody on. Carlos has walked 4 times this year. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here, barring a meltdown in this at-bat. It's 1-2 right now. As it is now ball number 2, 2 count. Meltdown might not be the right word, but just to lose the advantage here in this at-bat, it is 2-2 count right now. So I would say that Laver has the advantage so far. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Hit over into right field, getting underneath it. It is going to be out. Good play there from Kate Hopkins over in right field. So 2 up, 2 down in this inning.
Number 7,
Maddie Deutsch is coming up to bat now, following the fly out from Lexi Carlos. Deutsch playing in left field today, hitting in the 8-hole spot. Only hitting 185 in the year, so below 200 is not a great average. See if she can bring it up. And it looks like she's going to try to. That's hit up the center field, but it's right down the middle, and it is going to be Jillian Hampson once again ending the inning off of a flyout. Coming up next for your Wildcats is going to be 4, 5, 6, the power part of our order. Alyssa Bentigan, Brooke Jordan, and Serena Perez will be up in just a moment. Your home run leader for the Wildcats is now up to bat. Alyssa Bentigan, 3 home runs on the year. It is 220 feet dead center. Can't quite see what left field and right field is here, but Bentigan has shown power this season. See if she can get another home run to her total or even just an at-bat, or a hit in this at-bat. Strike number 1 to Bentigan. 0-1 count. Bentigan recently won GNAC Player of the Week for softball. Had a strong week a few weeks ago. I believe it was 2 weeks ago when she won it. See if she can get hot once again. 0-1 count. Bentigan, here comes the next one. This one is going to, looks like almost caught the edge of plate, but a little bit too outside, so it's going to be 1-1. Bentigan is your average leader for the Wildcats, 313 on the year, the only consistent player to be above 300. Looked like she wanted to swing there, but holds back, and it is a good decision. 2-1 counts. Bentigan with a .414 slugging percentage on the year, 99 at-bats, 31 hits, 1 double, and as I said earlier, 3 home runs. Here comes the 2-1. That one's inside. Looked like she wanted that one as well, but able to hold back once again, 3-1 now. That one almost caught her. Would have been the second hit by pitch from Collins today after she hit Jillian Hampson earlier. Got a little bit of clarification earlier as well. Jillian Hampson seemed to get out because she hesitated in the spot where she was at, and that was in softball. Apparently that is an out. Wow, line drive to the left center gap. Bentigan looking to round 1, and she's going to stay there, though. That was a missile over to the left center gap, and she's going to stay at 1. Base hit for Bentigan. As I said earlier, Bentigan, GNAC Player of the Week just a few weeks ago, so she is seeming to be one of the best players for your Wildcats so far, as she is also behind the dish playing a big role there as well. So 1 runner on and nobody out, and it's going to be Brooke Jordan, your first baseman, coming up for the Wildcats, a lefty batter. First pitch to Jordan. That one's going to be a little bit low ball. Number 1, good eye there from Brooke. Brooke Jordan hitting .230 on the year, has appeared in 22 and started in 21 of those games. Here comes the next pitch. This is a good start to the inning for the Wildcats. That one's going to be chipped foul. 2-1. 1-1, my apologies. We saw last inning, Wildcats got a runner on with 1 out. This time, 1 on with no outs. See if the Wildcats can take advantage of that. 1-1 pitch coming to Jordan. This one's hit up to the middle to the pitcher. It looks like it could be a double play, but they're not going to be able to turn it quick enough. There will be an out. First out of the inning. Bentigan gets caught over at second. Brooke Jordan on the fielder choice reaches first base.
Third baseman, Serena Perez.
Serena Perez up to bat now. She was the first player on this Wildcat team to hit a home run this season. So only one on the year for her from that one game. I believe it was against Montana State Billings. First pitch to her. That one's going to be low and inside. Ball number 1. Perez hitting .241 on the year, 9 RBIs and 3 doubles, 54 at-bats and 13 hits in those. Perez, righty batter, awaits the next pitch. That one's going to be outside. Ball number 2. Favorable count to start this at-bat for Perez. Got to be wondering if Collins is going to leave something over the plate here, not trying to go down 3-0. Here comes the pitch. And she won't. That one's going to be low as well. 3-0 count, in danger of walking here. Collins has a little bit of a meeting here with her infielders quickly, giving her a little bit of confidence, looking to avoid the first walk of the day for Western Oregon. 3-0 pitch. That one's going to be called strike number 1. Looked like Perez was taking all the way there. 3-1 count. 1 out, 1 runner on over at first base, and that is going to be Brooke Jordan. 3-1 pitch. Hit over in between shortstop and third base. Good stop. It's going to go over to second base, and they get the out. What a play there from Sydney Conklin, able to get it over to the second baseman, Bella Valdez, who was there in time. Throw was a little bit off, but Bella Valdez able to stay on base. Another fielder choice. It was a fielder choice with Brooke Jordan, now a fielder choice with Serena Perez. So Brooke Jordan will be back into the dugout. Serena Perez on first base. Kate Hopkins, the right fielder, will be up to bat now. Kate Hopkins, .260 on the year with her average. .301 slugging percentage. Here comes the first pitch to her. Swing and a miss. That was a hard cut. She pulled her head. And that is going to be strike number 1. Wildcats not able to get anyone past first base so far in this game. Have made solid contact so far. There's a couple of fielders' choices as well. 0-1 pitch. Coming to Hopkins. Outside. Whoa, outside, but called strike number 2. That one seemed like it caught a little bit of the other batter's box, but Blue does not agree. 0-2 count. Looking for another strikeout here for Collins. Could be strikeout number 129 on the year. That one's going to be outside, a little bit farther outside, and this one is called ball number 1. Could tell Shelby Smalley was trying to frame that one a little bit. Couldn't quite get it done. 1-2 pitch. Fouled off the not the netting, but the fence there. So it keeps it 1-2. 1-0 is the score so far. Western Oregon looking to keep it that way to end off this second inning. All they need is one more strike. 1-2 pitch. And there it is. That's another strikeout for Collins, number 129 on the year. That is going to be the end of the second inning between the Western Oregon University Wolves and the Central Washington University Wildcats. Coming up next for Western Oregon is going to be the end of the order. Sophia Franklin, then we're back up to the top. Bella Valdez and Victoria Zimmerman. Don't go anywhere, Wildcat fans. We are down 1-0, looking to get right back into this game. We are back, Wildcat fans. This is the CW Athletics live stream where Western Oregon University has traveled here to Ellensburg to take on the Central Washington University Wildcats here in the top of the third. It is a 1-0 ball game. Nobody on, nobody out. Ashley Laver's still on the mound. Up to bat is going to be Sophia Franklin. First pitch is in, and it is going to be strike number one.
Right fielder, Sophie Franklin.
Franklin on the year hitting .243, 29 games she has appeared in, 26 she has started. Second pitch. That one's going to be foul tipped. It looked like Bentigan tried to barehand that one. Not a great idea, but it's going to be 0-2 now. That one was just chipped off the bat of Franklin. Franklin back into the batter's box, looking to avoid a strikeout. We'll see if Laver pitches outside here, trying to get her to swing, and she kind of does. It was a bit high there. Check swing there from Franklin. You see her give a little bit of a shrug over to the third base coach. Like, what am I supposed to do? That one was right. Those high ones are very hard not to swing at. It's right in your line of sight, and it seems like it's closer to the zone than it really is, but it's 0-2 count now. Kaisner deals. Not Kaisner, sorry. Laver deals. That one's going to be ball number one, 1-2. Lainey Kaisner is over at shortstop. One-two count. Laver looking for strikeout number 3 today, and that's what she is going to do. Strikeout from Laver there, and it is going to be Franklin, the recipient of that one. So we're going back to the top of the order. Number 1 and number 2 will hit this inning. Is going to be Bella Valdez, the second baseman. Last time up, she walked and scored. If you remember, she is the only run of the day, scoring off of the steal that happened when she stole third base, but the ball was high, had enough time to get home. Looks like she was ready to leave the batter's box there. A 0-1 count there. Catches the edge of the strike zone. Valdez, as I mentioned earlier, 284 hitter. This one's going to be good. Hit over third base side. Serena Perez catches it off the body, and that's the danger of playing so close when you get it hit to her. She has very little time to react to that, and I'm sure that one stung a little bit. That was hit the dirt a little bit, slowed it down, but still caught it off the side of her body. I believe that will be called a base hit as she reaches aboard first base. Zimmerman advances Valdez over to second base. Now we have 1 out, runners on first and second. Righty batter now into the box. Kate Ronning got a single last time up. That one's going to be over the plate. Strike number 1. And we're already seeing Serena Perez playing a little bit farther back, but this time I think it's because of it, when it's a righty hitter, first base will be playing farther up. Lefty, the third base will be playing farther up. Big jump there from Bella Valdez over at second base. We saw her steal earlier. Got to be aware of the wheels she has. 1-1 counts. Laver deals. That one's high. Ball number 2. Laver has 12 complete games on the season and has started 14 of them. 2-1 pitch. That one's just a little bit too high for the umpire. He's going to call it ball number 3. Laver now in danger of loading the bases here if she cannot find the strike zone on this next pitch. Here comes Laver. That one is going to be a late call from the Blue. Now they got themselves in a pickle here. And looks like it's going to be second baseman. That is, my apologies, that is second baseman McKenna King able to get the tag on them. A little bit of pickle there. Bella Valdez tried to get a big jump again. Was caught in between the third baseman and the second baseman there in a pickle. Shortstop was over there to back it up, but McKenna King applies the tag. That will be out number 2, and that removes the runner from second base. It's going to be Victoria Zimmerman at first base still. And along with that was also a strike that Ronning may not have agreed with. 3-2 count, And that one's flied over to left field. It's going to be Carson Decker underneath it, and she gets it. So that's going to complete the innings. A couple of quick outs there from your Wildcats was Bella Valdez stuck in a pickle, and then Kate Ronning flying out to left field on the full count. Coming up for your Wildcats is going to be Lainey Kaisner, Carson Decker, and then the top of your order, McKenna King. Don't go anywhere, Wildcat fans. It's just getting interesting. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. The Cats clutched up there in the top of the third inning, getting a couple of big outs to keep this game at 1-0. Lainey Kaisner, the shortstop, will now get her at bat. First of the day. She steps into the box. Pitch coming now from Collins. Has 3 strikeouts on the day. That one's hit up, and it's going to be right over to Collins. That is an easy first pitch out for the Wolves. Collins looking for an efficient inning now, as she's already only pitched a 1 pitch and a 1 out.
Carson Decker.
Carson Decker into the batter's box. First pitch to Decker. Shows bunt, pulls it back in time. It is going to be ball number 1. Lainey Kaisner just hit a little ground ball dribbler up to Collins. Easy first out for the Wolves. Nobody on, 1 out. Decker awaits the pitch. That one's hit. It's going to be a little dribbler again, this time to the third baseman, and that is going to be out number 2. Play was made by Kate Ronning. So not great contact so far this inning from the bottom of your order. Top of the order will be back up. McKenna King, following her tag in that pickle earlier, she will now get an at-bat. Here comes the first pitch to King. Inside, ball number 1. McKenna King hitting .268, as I mentioned earlier. 3 RBIs on the year. Next pitch, 1-0. Inside, probably did not need to swing at that one. Looked more like a self-defense swing. And that is going to be 1-1. Last at-bat for McKenna King. She flew out to the catcher. It was just up against the fencing, but it was Smalley able to find a room to catch it. 1-1 pitch. Looking to avoid a very quick inning. That one's fouled off the fence, 1-2. Wildcats only have 1 hit on the day so far, a couple of fielders' choices, and 1 hit by pitch. 1-2 count. Pitch comes from Collins. Outside, ball number 2. McKenna King looking to avoid a strikeout. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and nobody on. And she stays alive. Ball is fouled back to the fence once again. McKenna King has struck out 11 times this year. The lowest number in all of the starters that are playing today for your Wildcats. Most of the others are up in the 14, 15 range. She is down at 11, looking to keep it there. Can she stay alive? She can. That one's fouled off once again. Back-to-back foul balls, keeping her at bat. going to keep on going. Still 2-2. Does not want to give Collins her 4th strikeout of the day. On deck is Jillian Hampson. We'll see if she gets a chance. Here comes the pitch. She looks like she will not. Drop 3rd strike over to first base. That is going to be strikeout number 4 on the day for Mackenzie Collins. So coming up next inning for Western Oregon University, it is going to be the 4, 5, 6 power spots. Isabel Lewis, Shelby Smalley, and Sydney Conklin. Don't go anywhere, Wildcat fans. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. It is now the cleanup hitter for the Wolves, Isabel Lewis, and the designated player. She is one of 3 strikeouts on the day from Ashley Laver. She was the first one to receive that strikeout. Here comes the first pitch for a line drive over to shortstop. What a snag there from Lainey Kaisner. Almost hit the ground, but she was able to get her glove in front of it, and so that is going to be back-to-back innings, or back-to-back frames where it was a first pitch out. So 1 out on 1 pitch on the inning. It is going to be now Shelby Smalley. First pitch to Smalley coming up. That one's going to catch the edge of the plate. Strike number 1. So a line out over to the shortstop brings up the first out. 0-1 count to Smalley. Last time up, Smalley flew out to center field to end the inning. Pitch number 2 is also going to be in about the same exact spot. 0-2. Good location so far from Laver this inning. Laver trying to match Collins in strikeouts, looking for number 4. Pitch is in. And it's going to be dribbled over to first base and is going to be out. Good job there from Brooke Jordan. Gets the ground ball and applies the tag to first base. 2 outs and nobody on. Another quick inning here. We saw Mackenzie Collins last inning with making very quick work of the Wildcat offense, and this time it is now Ashley Laver making quick work of the Wolves offense. It will now be Sydney Conklin up to bat. This one's going to be high for ball number 1. I believe that is the first ball that has been thrown this inning. This one is going to be the second ball. That one is low. 2-0 count. Last time up for Conklin, she also struck out. 2-0 pitch. This one's going to be over the plate. Make it 2-1. Conklin on the year, 320 in 75 at-bats, has 9 RBIs, no home runs, and 3 triples. So she has shown a lot of speed and an ability to put the ball in gaps. 2-1. This one's hit over to the third base side. Serena Perez will grab it, throws it to first base. High throw, but able to reach up for it is Brooke Jordan. That is going to be the 3rd out of the inning following a 5-3 play. So, coming up next for the Wildcats, leading off is going to be Jillian Hampson, the center fielder. Last time up, she got hit by a pitch. Then it'll be Sasha Mitchell, then Alyssa Bentigan. Jillian Hampson is up to bat now. We've seen her make a couple plays in the outfield, and we saw her get out on first base last time due to a little bit of hesitation over there. She was hit by a pitch but called out on the so-called hesitation. Swing and a miss. Goes behind the catcher's legs, in between them. 0-1 count. Probably not the best pitch to swing at there from Hampson. We were here in the bottom of the fourth inning. It is still a 1-0 ball game. Not much work done by the offense of the Wildcats. Still a few innings left to try to get that going, though. And another ball in the dirt, this time not swing on. It's going to be a 1-1 count now. Hampson, as I said, has shown a lot of ability in the field, looking to see what that bat can do. Pitch to her. That one is low as well. 2-1. Collins seems to be having her release a little bit early down low. Hampson hitting .272 on the year, second on the team in average. Very squatted down batting stance. Here comes the pitch, and she hits it, but I think it also may have caught a piece of her or just caught off about the handle of the bat almost. Brings it to a 2-2 count. Nobody on and nobody out. Hampson has led off the inning. Collins. She deals. And that's going to be they calling that foul. Did that catch a piece of the bat? It looks like it did. So 2-2 will remain the counts. Hampson with a .321 slugging percentage. Hasn't stolen much on the base pass this year. Only one steal attempt, and she got caught. So 0 for 1. Also 0 for 1 on the day. This one's fouled once again, doing a good job of staying alive. It'll remain 2-2 once again. She is back into the batter's box. 2-2 count. That one's low. Good take there from Hampson. Makes it full now, putting some pressure on Collins. A leadoff base runner would be great for this Wildcat offense, who has seemed to be struggling to get runners on base. 3-2. Hit up the middle over the head of Collins, but good play by the shortstop to swing in there and grab it. That was Sydney Conklin. She came flying in for that ball. Kind of a dribbler, bounced over the head of Collins, was in the air for a while, and it was Conklin who just came over and swiped it and took it and got it over to the first baseman, Lexi Carlos. Sasha Mitchell will be up to bat now. So that is the first out of the inning for the Wildcats. Here comes Sasha Mitchell's first pitch to her, and that one's going to be inside, ball number 1. Sasha Mitchell, last time she was up to bat, struck out, was the first strikeout of the day for Collins. Collins looking to deal once again. That one is low, makes it a 1-1 or 2-0 count. Collins has been hot today so far. 1.31 whip, 1.7 ERA, and 115 innings pitched on the season. I've already mentioned her strikeout numbers up in north now of 130. This one is low once again, 3-0 counts. She cannot find the strike zone against the number 3 hitter for the Wildcats, Sasha Mitchell. No walks on the day yet for Collins. Could Mitchell be the first? And she will. That'll be ball number 4. Sasha Mitchell will reach aboard base. And that is going to be another base runner for your Wildcats that have not come too often so far today. So we will take it by any means. Alyssa Bentigan now up to bat.
Bentigan!
3 home runs on the season, has shown power. Had a nice missile over to left center gap last at bat. Couldn't quite get to second base. Center fielder recovered on it quickly. Then she got caught up in the fielder's choice. That one's going to be strike number 1. edge of the plate strike. Yeah, she was caught up in the fielder's choice from Brooke Jordan. Just a dribbler in the infield, had nowhere to go. Jordan was able to avoid the double play, though. We have seen a couple fielder's choices, but no double play just yet today. Pitch to Bentigan. That one's low and outside. It is going to be ball number 1. Only about 3.5 innings through this game, but it has been a low-scoring affair so far. 1-0 is the score in favor of Western Oregon. Third pitch coming in. Looked like it was almost going to go down the first base line, but not quite close at all, honestly. That one went into the dugout, it looked like, of Western Oregon. Bentigan was just a little bit late on that fastball. Brings it to a 1-2 count. Bentigan has struck out 20 times on the season. Second on the team. Pitch comes in, and she hits it right up the middle off the glove of Collins. Can Collins get it to the first base in time? And they say she does. I don't know. Looked like Bentigan could have gotten there, but not quite sure if she got her foot down in time. Good recovery there from Collins as she gets it over to first base.
Brooke Jordan.
So Brooke Jordan, the first baseman, will be up to bat now. Pitch is in. That one's going to be low. So the Wildcats do have a runner in scoring position for Brooke Jordan, the number 5 hitter. We'll see if we can use that to our advantage. It is Sasha Mitchell. This one's hit up the middle again. It's going to get in between the gap. Sasha Mitchell's going to turn 3, and she's going to go home. We have a tie ball game, folks. RBI single from Brooke Jordan brings the Wildcats and the Wolves tied. Not super hard contact, but able to get it in between the 6 and 4 gap.
Third baseman, Serena Perez.
Serena Perez, the first home run hitter of the year for the Wildcats, is up to bat now. Last at bat, she was also a part of a fielder's choice, just like Brooke Jordan was. Brooke Jordan now 1 for 2 on the day. That one's inside. No, apparently not. Blue does not think so. That's going to be ball or strike number 1. So 2 outs. Good 2-out hitting there from Brooke Jordan. That was clutch. 0-1 count. That one's going to be make it 0-2. Catches the edge of the plate. Wildcats have been able to make decent contact, just have not had many runners in scoring position today, and once we did, Brooke Jordan took advantage of that. 0-2 pitch. That one's going to be high and outside. Ball number 1. 1-2 count. And now, 1-2 pitch. That one's fouled out of play over the fence. Runner still over at first. It is now going to be Perez back into the batter's box. Remains 1-2. Staying alive after that pass foul ball. Outside. That one was pretty close to the strike zone. Stone cold take there from Perez. Twos all across the board so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch comes. Fouled off just off the end of the bat. Perez able to get just a little bit of contact to keep her at bat alive. Two count still. Collins looking for another strikeout. And that one's driven to left field, but foul. If that was straightened up, that one might have been gone. Perez has 1 home run on the season. Just want to see her straighten that one up a little bit. It could be a 3-1 lead for the Wildcats. Collins seems to be just a little bit flustered compared to what we've seen her most of the day after allowing that run. See if she can stay focused here and get the Wolves out of this inning into the top of the 5th. Will she? No, she will not. It's going to be another foul ball from Perez. She does not want to go to the dugout. Perez has 16 strikeouts on this year in 54 at-bats, so that's quite a bit for 54 at-bats, but she's not wanting to get any more strikeouts to her name. And she will, unfortunately. That is going to be a strikeout for Serena Perez, as I just spoke that into existence. We are going to be going into the top of the 5th inning. It is going to be Sydney Conklin, Lexi Carlos, and Maddie Doige hitting for the Western Oregon Wolves. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. We are here in the top of the 5th inning. Ashley Laver is still on the mound for your Wildcats, as she has done so many times this year in 12 completed games. We'll see if she finishes this one off today. It is a 1-1 ball game. This one is a check swing. They're going to call strike number 1. Up to bat is Sydney Conklin. Or my apologies, is it Lexi Carlos? So Carlos awaiting the second pitch, 0-1 count. Swings on it, drives it to left field. Is it going to stay fair? They're going to say it was foul. That one was just outside of the left field line. If so, it was an easy double for Lexi Carlos. But it will not be. It'll be a second strike is what it'll be. Carlos has shown power to the outfield so far this game. Flew out to left field last at bat, or right field last at bat. This time, almost had a line drive over to left field. 0-2 count. That one's going to be way high above the head of Carlos. Ball number 1. Carlos has no home runs on the season, 10 RBIs, but she's shown power so far this game. 1-2. That one's not a lot of power, as that one's just popped up to Serena Perez. Very light pop-up. That was not even in the air that long. So that is going to be out in number 1 for your Wildcats.
Number 7, Maddie Doige.
Left fielder Maddie Doige coming up to bat now. She flew out to center field last at bat. First pitch to her is coming in just a moment. And that one's fouled back to the fence. Another heater there from Laver. We're having ourselves a pitcher's duel, really, as Collins and Laver have both looked great today, despite just 1 run going up on the board for each of them. 0-1 count now to Doige. Check swing. Did she go? And yes, she did. 0-2 count. Looked a little bit low and outside, but I think Deutsch went regardless. Looking for strikeout number 5. Here comes Laver. No, it's going to be a line drive. Oh, diving effort by McKenna King, but she cannot reel it in just past her glove. You got to love the effort there, but not close enough. So that is going to be a base hit from Maddie Deutsch. So she reaches aboard base safely, and now it is going to be the number 9 hitter, Sophia Franklin.
Running for the Wolves, number 13, Carly Schlegg.
Looks like the coach of Western Oregon, a little bit of a substitution here. Looks like it's number 8, Sophia Franklin. So Franklin steps into the box. Last time up, struck out. Runner over on first, 1 out. Oh, good frame job there from Bentigan. Not enough, though. It's going to be ball 1. That was a pretty difficult one to frame. It was fairly outside. Did her best effort to bring it in, though. Brooke Jordan is playing halfway up almost the first baseline. Takes a couple steps back, but still very close. Shows bunt, and that's probably what she was expecting. Runners in scoring position have been something that both teams have not come by quite a bit, and when they've been there, both teams have taken advantage of it. So that is exactly what it looks like Franklin is trying to do, trying to move Maddie Deutsch over to second place, and it's actually not Maddie Deutsch. That's what the substitution was. It was a pinch runner. Fouled back to the fence once again. So 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. 1-2. That one was an off speed. Just sat there, took some time to get to the plate, and it was 2-2 now. It was outside. A ground ball could put the Wildcats in a double play scenario if they are able to turn it quick enough. 2-2. That one's way high. Looks like she lost grip of that one. 3-2 now. Full count, in danger of moving a runner over into scoring position with a walk. Or Franklin could strike out for the second time today. Count is full. Here comes the payoff pitch. And it's fouled off. Staying alive is Franklin. Franklin has struck out 10 times this year in double digits. Laver and the Wildcats looking for their second out here in the top of the 5th. Here it comes. Fouled off once again. We're seeing some great at-bats here today. I'm praising the pitching quite a bit today, but it is also a lot of great vision from the batters, able to stay alive in these counts, making it difficult for both Collins and Laver. Both quarter infielders not playing as they normally would so far. 3-2. Fouled off again. That is 3 straight foul balls from Franklin. After Franklin, it will be Bella Valdez, who has walked twice on the game so far, as well as being the only run for Western Oregon. Have to get through Franklin first, though. She has been a difficult matchup so far in this at-bat. Able to strike her out earlier. Can Laver do it again? Payoff pitch another time. And that one's going to be high, so she walks her. That is going to be her 3rd walk of the game for Laver, and that is going to put Franklin over at first base, and then the pinch runner for Maddie Deutsch over at second. Can't quite see her number. As soon as I can, I will get you guys the name for her. So that is going to be a new count. Now both middle or corner infielders playing almost halfway up the infield lines. Runners at first and second. Two runners on and one out. Big jump from the second base runner. It's going to be a ball though. 1-0 count. Bella Valdez walked twice. Big jumps again from both runners, but they're going to stay. And it looks like we're having a little bit of a mound visit here as head coach of the Siwoo softball team and Alyssa Bentigan will take a trip to the mound real quick to talk things over with Laver. She's just walked this last batter and allowed a base hit from Maddie Doige. So 2 at-bats that have not gone her way so far, and she is coming into the strong part of the order for Western Oregon. Bella Valdez, as I mentioned, has 2 walks, but also hitting .284 on the year, so a very solid average, almost up to that 300 mark. Lefty batter into the box. She steps, 2-0 count. Serena Perez playing very in. Bunt, shows it, pulls it back, and she is going to receive ball number 3, it looks like. Yep, 3-0 count. Looking to avoid another walk. This would be Valdez's 3rd walk of the game. Laver needs to reel it in here. Wildcats do not want to allow any run on the board. Shows bunt, pulls it back. This time it is strike. So 3-1 is the count now. Laver looking to work her way back into this one. With Serena Perez crashing so much, we see Kaisner crashing over to third base. Up the middle. Now it's over to second base. Looking for the double play, but she cannot get it. What a play from McKenna King to get the ground ball, go and tag second base because no one was there. Try to get it to first base to Brooke Jordan, but not in time. It is going to be a fielder's choice for Bella Valdez. Runner advances to third base now, so we have runners on the corners. First and third, 2 outs. It is going to be Victoria Zimmerman up to bat. She had a bunt in the first inning where she advanced the runner to second base, and then a base hit last at bat. Quarter infielders are in once again, to be expected. 0-0 count. Here comes Laver. That one looks like it catches the edge of the plate, and it sure does. 0-1 count. Zimmerman into the batter's box, leads the team in batting average, 360. She looks like a little bit of a run into that one, but it is called ball number 1. Started out as a pretty sunny day here in Ellensburg. It is now a little bit cloudy, bringing some shade onto the field. 1-1 count, 2 outs, runners on the corners. It is a 1-1 ball game as well. Pitch comes in. That one is a swing and not a miss. Catches a little bit of it. It's going to be strike number 2, though, on the foul tip. The run was scored in the first inning for Western Oregon. In the 4th inning is where the Wildcats brought their run onto the board. We're here in the top of the 5th. It will be a 7 innings of play. That one's hit over to shortstop. What a grab by Lainey Kaisner. Line drive right to her. Gets it in the glove, and that is going to end the inning here in the top of the 5th. We'll be into the bottom of the 5th in just a moment, where it looks like it's going to be Kate Hopkins, Lainey Kaisner, and Carson Decker hitting for your Wildcats. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. The CW Athletics live stream where Kate Hopkins is into the batter's box now. It is a 1-1 ball game. It is 7, 8, and 9 will be the hitters of this inning. Here comes the first pitch to Hopkins. It's going to be outside, ball number 1 on the pitch from Mackenzie Collins, who has had such a strong day so far. Has 4 strikeouts on the day. And has provided a lot of pitching that has made some soft contact so far. 1-0 pitch comes in. That one's fouled right back to the fence. 1-1 count now for Hopkins. Hopkins' last at-bat struck out, I believe. Yes, she did. That was in the second inning. Lainey Kaisner awaits on deck following her inning-ending line drive. That one's high and outside. It's going to be a 2-1 count now to Hopkins. Hopkins 260 average on the year, just above 300 slugging percentage and a 372 on base percentage. 2-1 pitch. We'll see if Hopkins can draw a walk or get on base in any way possible. That one's going to be inside. Oh, ball or strike number 2. Inside, but catches enough. Looked like Hopkins tried to back out of the way of it. Umpire was not having it. Brings it to a 2-2 count now. Could we see the 5th strikeout of the day from Collins? Nope, fouled off 2. Looks like it almost went over to the village over there. So, stays 2-2 count. Hopkins back into the batter's box. Awaits the 2-2 pitch. Nobody on, nobody out. In high and inside, able to make contact with it and stay alive. Good vision there. Could have been called a strike from Blue. Got to keep swinging at anything close. This game is going to come down to who gets runners into scoring position and who is going to capitalize off of it. Last inning, we saw the Western Oregon Wolves, actually top of this inning, we saw Western Oregon Wolves have runners in scoring position at second base and then move to third base, but just could not bring them home. 2-2 pitch. Outside, but doesn't catch enough at the strike zone. Thought Blue may have called that one. Looked like it may have clipped the strike zone, but not enough for him to say strike out. So it will bring the count to a full count, 3-2. Collins has not walked anybody yet today, and she has yet to do so far. 3-2 as Collins stays alive. Or, sorry, Hopkins stays alive. Collins gets her pitch. She deals. That one is going to be ball number 4. That is the first walk of the day for Collins, as it is going to be Kate Hopkins reaching aboard.
The shortstop, Lainey Kaisner.
Lainey Kaisner up to bat now. Lainey Kaisner, 215 average, provides some great defense, but has not had the best batting season so far. Started in all 33 games played. Just not too great of an average just yet. Shows bunt. She pulls it back. There's going to be a throw down to first base, but it's going to be Hopkins getting back in time. Smalley trying to do what she can to keep Hopkins close, though, as that first pitch was ball number 1. Lainey Kaisner had a ground ball to third base last time she was up. This one is bunted, but foul. And actually, Kaisner's ground ball was to the pitcher. It was Carson Decker, who was on deck, who grounded to the third baseman. That was part of the third inning, where it was back-to-back very soft dribblers to both Collins and Ronning. Showing bunt once again is Kaisner. Pulls it back for a second. Will she lay it back down? And she will, but she's going to pull it back after another throw to first base. Diving in is Hopkins. She'll be safe once again. Smalley obviously not comfortable with the leads that Hopkins is getting over at first base. But the Wildcats need some
big leads to try to get runners into scoring positions here. Here comes another pitch. It's going to be bunted one more time, but that one looks like that one is foul, but into the glove of Smalley. So 2-2 count now, bunt not in play. Unless she lays it down perfectly, but not the smartest option to try to risk that. 2-2 count. Here comes the pitch. Strikeout, swing and a miss. Another throw down to the first base, but it is a little bit of a wonky one, but it is a good pick there from Lexi Carlos to get it. But regardless, that is going to be strikeout number 5 on the day for Collins. So that brings up Carson Decker, the left fielder for your Wildcats. Carson Decker looks like she's having a meeting with third base coach. Decker into the batter's box. Last time she was up, as I just mentioned a little bit ago, a very soft dribbler over to the third baseman. Here comes the first pitch to her. She's showing bunt. Another throwback to first base. Smalley is not happy with how big of a lead Hopkins is getting, but I don't think Hopkins cares because she's been able to get back safely every single time, and it hasn't been too close most of those times. 1-0 counts following the Carson Decker taken pitch. This one's hit over to the Wildcats dugout. A little bit late on that pitch was Decker. Carson Decker, third on the team in average, 271, a good person to have in that 9-hole spot to bring up the top of the order. Comes the 1-1 pitch, runner at first base, and there is one out. Shows bunt and misses it that time, so it is going to be 1-2. Was just above the ball there on the bunt, couldn't bring contact to the bat. Following Carson Decker will bring up the top of the order McKenna King. See what Decker can do first, though. Hit over to left field, but out of the field of play. So 1-2 count. Carson Decker has struck out 22 times on the season, second on the team. 1-2 pitch again. Fouled off again, so it'll remain here. Collins is attacking that strike zone. Gotta imagine she may try to go out of it to see if Decker will get out of this at-bat swinging. It would be strikeout number 6 if Collins is able to execute right. 1-2. And looks like she caught it off the neck of the bat there. So it is going to remain 1-2 again. A bunch of foul balls. Both Decker and Serena Perez earlier were having long, extended at-bats. Perez had a bit more balls in the count, but it is only 1 ball for Carson Decker so far. Pitch coming once again. And this one's a little bit outside. Another throw down to first base, but it's going to be past the first baseman, but it's going to be Kate Hopkins staying. But regardless, it is going to be a Carson Decker strikeout as well. So that is back-to-back strikeouts for Collins, getting both the 8 and 9 hitters, Lainey Kaisner and Carson Decker.
Number 6, McKenna King.
This brings up the top of the order for your Wildcats. This could be the last time we're seeing the top of the order, barring any extra innings or just a big inning from your Wildcats. McKenna King 0 for 2 on the day with a fly out to the pop out to the catcher and a strikeout. This one's hit over to the right field line. It is going to be fair just on the line. It's going to be Kate Hopkins at 3. Coach waving her home. She's coming home. And it's going to be not in time. It's going to be an RBI triple for McKenna King, and that is going to give the Wildcats the lead of 2-1. Kate Hopkins was hauling around the base pass there. Third baseman coach was just telling her, go home, do not hesitate. He was waving the arms, and it worked out great. So big play there from McKenna King. RBI triple here in the bottom of the 5th inning. McKenna King on the year only had 1 triple. That will be triple number 2 to her. Now it'll be Hampson up the bat. That's going to be a soft dribbler to the shortstop. Makes the throw, and that is going to end the inning, but not before McKenna King drives one to right field to bring home Kate Hopkins and give your Wildcats a 2-1 lead. The Wildcats are now looking to get some pitching and defense going to keep this 2-1 lead. Do not go anywhere, Wildcat fans. It is just getting interesting. Welcome back in, Wildcat fans. 2-1 lead for the Cats. First pitch in from Labor is going to be a little bit outside, so ball number 1. Back-to-back innings where the Wildcats are able to drive in runs. It was 1 in the 5th inning, 1 in the 4th inning, and now 1 in the 5th inning. Next pitch coming from Labor. This one's over to right field. Underneath it is going to be Kate Hopkins. She is 1 of 2 runs today for the Wildcats, and now she is 1 of 1 outs in this inning. That was Kate Ronning, who flew out to right field there. Now it's going to be Isabel Lewis, the designated player for today's game. That one's hit. Can Kaisner get up for it? But she cannot, just over her head. And it is going to be Carson Decker getting that one back into the infield. It is going to be a base hit for Isabel Lewis. So Isabel Lewis will reach aboard to first base. Looks like they're going to have a pinch runner, though. I think that looks like what is going to happen. And that is the case. Looks like trying to get some information on who the pinch runner will be. Well, the batter will be Shelby Smalley, the catcher. Can't quite see a number of the jersey just yet. First pitch is in, shows bunt, but pulled it back. 1-0 counts. Isabel Lewis with a big hit there, trying to keep the Wolves alive as they are now trailing by 1. Next pitch in. That one's hit over the shortstop. Kaisner trying to roll the double play, and she's only going to get the lead runner, but that is no issue as that brings us 2 outs now as that gets the pinch runner, so we do not have to worry about that anymore, but it is going to be Shelby Smalley over at first base.
Pinch hitting for the Wolves, number 5, Carly Tiedemann.
We have a pinch hitter now in the game. It's going to be Carly Tiedemann, righty batter. Tiedemann on the year is hitting a .231 average. Has appeared in 10 games and started 2 of those. This is a big game for both teams because as in conference player, they are both sitting at 6-6. Wildcats are 11-22 in total, and Western Oregon is 18-7. They have been struggling in conference play. This one is strike number 1. Catches the edge of the plate. First pitch Tiedemann sees. She takes. This could be a big pinch hit if Tiedemann is able to execute this at bat and advance a runner into scoring position or bring her home. Next pitch. Third base line, and it's going to be under the glove of Serena Perez. Had the reaction speed to get there, just the glove was not in the proper placement, and now it is going to be 33 up to bat now. That is going to be Hope Bodak. So Hope Bodak in now. Bodak on the year. Don't quite see her stats. Oh, no, there it is. 273. My apologies. 16 games played, 3 games started. But 273 average, especially as a pinch hitter, is nothing to be too upset about. And her at-bats that she has gotten, she has taken advantage of those. 11 at-bats and 3 hits. So nothing too crazy. She does have looks like 1 strikeout to her name and 1 walk as well. Bodak steps into the batter's box. She is a righty batter. Pitch from Laver. This one's going to be a little bit outside. Close to the strike zone, but not enough. So runners in first and second now. I mentioned how it is going to be critical for both of these teams to get runners in scoring position, and that is exactly what the Wolves have done here in the top of the 6th. They are realizing their chances are dwindling the farther we get into this game. This is ball number 2. They have to execute with runners in scoring position, as now there will be one more mound visit, as it's going to be all the Western Oregon players going over to the base coaches as well to discuss what their strategy will be here. Gotta wonder if runner at second base will try to go over to third base and try to steal. We saw earlier the first run and only run of the day for Western Oregon Wolves was due to an overthrow at third base from Alyssa Bentigan. So 2-0 count. Needed a quick mound visit to try to settle Laver down. See if it worked. It didn't work for the first pitch as it's 3-0. Looking to avoid loading these bases. 3-0 count. Can she work her way back into it? Something Laver's been good at this whole year is finishing games. 12 of her 14 games, she has finished them. See if they're going to keep her in here for the full game. That one's a strike. Way to find the strike zone there. It is 3-1 count. Corner infielders playing about in the line with their base pads, maybe a couple steps in front. Middle infielders a little bit back. That one's going to be high. Ball number 4. That is going to be bases loaded for Western Oregon.
The left fielder, Maddie George.
So it is going to be Maddie Doige in now, as she did have a base hit earlier. Doige into the box. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. We just need 1. Play at any base. First pitch is a strike. Laver needs to remain calm here. Bases are loaded. Wildcats only have a 1-run buffer. A base hit could bring 2 runs home. This one's going to be low, 1-1. Doige on the year. She is hitting 185. So with bases loaded, this is the person we want to play. But then again, she could carry over another base hit from her last at-bat. See some members of the Siwoo men's baseball team as well in the crowd as well. They will be playing tomorrow at 12 and 3 as well as Sunday. One count. Laver gets her call. Line drive over to left field, but it's out of play. Over the head of Serena Perez, but also outside of the fair play line. Brings it to a 1-2 count now. With bases loaded, can Laver get out of this? She's going to receive her call once again from Ventigan. Does she have ice in her veins? Here it comes. No, it's going to be ball number 2, 2-2 count. She still has an opportunity to get out of this inning with one more strike, which would lead to a strikeout or a hit anywhere to one of our Wildcat defenders could get us out of here. She has pitched to some good contact so far, and she does it again here. McKenna King is going to grab it, and wow, almost could have taken the ball herself to second base, flips it to Lainey Kaisner, but regardless, it gets the out. The Wildcats will head into the bottom of the 6th, looking to add a couple more runs to create a buffer of more than 1 against Western Oregon. It is 2-1 going into the bottom of the 6th. Do not go anywhere, Wildcat fans. Welcome back, Wildcat fans. Sasha Mitchell leading off the inning for your Wildcats. She will get the first pitch to her now, and that is inside. Ball number 1. Wildcats are leading 2-1. If we can put a couple insurance runs on this board, this will make the top of the 7th a little bit easier for Ashley Laver, assuming she is the one coming out on the mound. Mackenzie Collins still on the mound for Western Oregon, as this one's fouled off by Sasha Mitchell. Sasha Mitchell hitting .271 on the year. We're in a solid part of our lineup, hitting 3, 4, and 5 here. Sasha Mitchell, our designated player for the day. Pitch comes in. That one's going to be called strike number 2. Make it a 1-2 count. Collins doing whatever she can to keep this game a 1-run game. 1-2 pitch. Popped up, out of play. It'll stay here at 1-2. Sasha Mitchell is 1 for 2 on the day. Has a strikeout and a single. Here in her third at-bat, it is a 1-2 count. And that one is high and outside. Looks like she wanted it a little bit. Good job holding back. Brings it to 2-2. I mentioned earlier how well Western Oregon started off this season 18-7 overall, but they 6-6 in conference play, where they are only 500. This one's going to be inside. Oh, ball strike number 3. Thought it was a little bit inside. Don't know if Sasha Mitchell agrees, but she is going to be walking back to the dugout regardless. That is going to be strikeout number 6 on the day.
Number 16, Alyssa Bentigan.
Alyssa Bentigan up to bat. GNAC Player of the Week winner this season. This is a chance for her to show her value. Had a line drive to the left center gap earlier. This one's going to be a pop up over there to the second baseman. A little floater. That was easy for Bella Valdez.
Number 18, Brooke Jordan.
Brooke Jordan up to bat now. Had one of the clutchest at-bats we have seen today. Or no, I'm sorry, that was McKenna King. But it was Jordan who scored, I believe. No, she did have an RBI. So she had an RBI single earlier, brought someone home. And so that pitch will be in, looks like, ball number 1. So Brooke Jordan, as I said, had that RBI single, bringing us to this position where we're at now. And this one in between the gap between the third baseman and the shortstop, that is going to be another base hit for Brooke Jordan. She has made quite a bit of contact today. She is 2 for 3. RBI single, regular single, and then a fielder's choice. So she has at least been putting the bat to ball. That one wasn't anything too hard of contact, just perfectly placed in between Sydney Conklin and Kate Ronning. Coming up now should be Serena Perez.
Pinch hitting for your Wildcats.
It will be a pinch hitter.
TK Kai.
TK Kai has checked
and
in.
Pinch running for your Wildcats, number 13, Katie Wilton.
And I'm sure you guys have heard, Katie Wilton has checked in as a pinch runner. And now, as we just said, TK Kai is up to bat. I've seen her in the game, one game I commentated this year. She came in as a pinch runner. I have not seen her as a pinch hitter just yet. So we will see what she has in store for us. She has appeared in 22 games and started in 12 of them. This Wildcat team is filled with mostly seniors. First pitch to Kai. It's going to be low and inside. Ball number 1. One-0 count as Kai steps back into the box. 2 outs. Collins looking to get out of this inning. This one's going to be a strike number 1. Catches the edge of the plate. Looked like it was moving almost out of the strike zone, but catches enough of it. Collins right around her ERA of 1.9. Because we are here at 2 runs, and it is now 2-1 count. Her ERA is a 1.7, but still. We are rounding up. She is at about her ERA. 2-1 count. Now to Kai. Inside and low. So it's going to be 3-1 count, in danger of putting another runner in scoring in scoring position, as well as another runner on first. TK Kai has shown speed as well, so I'm sure that if something is hit into the gap, she can try to make her way from first to home. 3-1 count now. But first she has to get on base, and it does not look like that will happen, as that is a dribbler over to the third baseman. And now it is going to be out number 3. The Wildcats will go into the top of the 7th with a chance to close out this game. Score is 2-1, and it looks like it is going to be probably Laver back out onto the mound. So one more inning of work. We will see if the Wildcats can come out of here with a W.
Welcome back, Wildcat fans. It is clutch time here at Gary and Bobby Frederick Field here in the top of the 7th inning. It is going to be Laver still on the mound. It is going to be the number 9 hitter, Sophia Franklin, up to bat, and then she will bring up the top of the order, Bella Valdez and Victoria Zimmerman, 2 batters who are both hitting above 300 average, so they are dangerous. First pitch to Franklin is going to be ball number 1. Franklin 0 for 1 on the day, has a walk to her name, but also struck out in the 3rd inning. Comes the second pitch from Laver. Corner infielders playing in once again. This one's popped up, and it's going to be Serena Perez getting underneath it. The Wildcats are 2 outs away now. This would be win number 12 if we are able to finish it off. 2 more outs to go, like I just said, though. And now it is going to be some of the toughest part of the order. Bella Valdez has walked twice and has a fielder choice as well. So she reached base, not by base hit though. Valdez awaits the pitch and receives it. It is ball number 1. It's going to be back-to-back lefty batters for Western Oregon. We'll see if Laver can get it done against them. This one's going to be outside, 2-0 count. Looking like she's not trying to attack the strike zone too much, at least in the first 2 pitches we have seen of this at-bats. Third one from Laver. This one is high, so 3-0 count, quickly 3-0. We've seen Laver these past, or at least last inning, starting out a little bit slow. Was able to get out of the bases loaded situation, but you do not want to be there in the first place. 3-0 pitch. Showing bunt, pulls it back. They're going to call strike number 1. Valdez 284, so just under 300 average. This one's popped up left field, and it's going to be out of play into the bullpen, as I do see the Wildcats have someone warming up in the pen over there. We will see if we get to see her arm. So it is going to be a full count now, 3-2. Great job from Laver to work back into this count. Started 3-0. Payoff pitch. Popped up in the air, and it's going to be Hampson getting underneath it. So out number 2, 1 out away for the Wildcats, as it looks like we may have a pinch hitter.
Center fielder, Victoria Zimmerman.
As no, we do not. Looked like Blue was maybe discussing something. But no, it will be Victoria Zimmerman. As I said earlier, hitting 360 average. She is high up there, and she has started every single game as well. This one is going to be high. Ball number 1. Serena Perez playing very in once again. She was crashing in there as well. So make it a 1-0 count to Zimmerman. Zimmerman, the center fielder, she bunted earlier. Got a single and then a line out to shortstop, as that one's high and inside compared to the first one, which is high and outside. 2-0 count. Count in advantage of Zimmerman here. Next pitch to her. Foul tipped, just caught a piece of it, went back to the fence. 2-1 count. This game could give, whoever wins this game gets advantage in conference play against each other. There is another game happening at right after this, I believe 4 o'clock. That one is hit up the middle, over to Kaisner. She throws it at first base, and your Wildcats take the win over Western Oregon University with a final score of 2-1. It is RBIs from both Brooke Jordan and McKenna King that brought the Wildcats triumph in this game. Wildcats move on to 12-22 on the season, 7-6 in conference play, which gives them the advantage over Western Oregon in conference play, as they are now 6-7 and 18-8 on the season. This has been the CW Athletics live stream. There will be another game at 4 o'clock, unfortunately, with no play-by-play, but make sure to tune in tomorrow for both men's games at 12 and 3, as well as Sunday at 12 and 3. And go Cats!
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Gary and Bobby Frederick Field, where we have Game 2 of today's doubleheader between Central Washington and Western Oregon underway. We have currently at bat for the Wolves the second baseman, Bella Valdez. And just taking a quick look as Valdez has a full count now to open the game. We have Valdez leading off, Victoria Zimmerman in batting second in center field, Kate Ronin as Valdez just gets it past Lainey Kaisner's glove into shallow left field and takes her spot at first, bringing up center fielder Victoria Zimmerman. And so after Zimmerman will come Kate Ronin at third base, followed by Isabel Lewis at first base, Carly Tiedemann as the designated player, Sydney Conklin as the shortstop, Natalie Willoughby as the catcher, Maddie Deutsch as the left fielder, Carly Turpin as the right fielder, and in the circle for the Wolves is Erica Solis. As Zimmerman takes ball 1-0 count for the Ellensburg native back in her hometown. In the circle for the Wildcats is the freshman Zoe Theophilus. As Zimmerman fouls that one back, making an even 1-1 count. Theophilus throws it, and Zimmerman bunts it, but she takes strike 2.
I really mess with that hoodie.
A 1-2 count for Victoria Zimmerman of the Western Oregon Wolves. Central Washington squeaking by in game 1, 2-1 for the victory, as these two teams remain, or I guess we'll see, they could remain tied by the end of the day, as Zimmerman sends that one right to Theophilus, who gets Valdez at second, giving us the first out of the game, with Victoria Zimmerman staying at first. That brings up the third baseman, Kate Ronin. Theophilus readies pitch 1, and that is in there for a strike. 0-1 count for Ronin. Victoria Zimmerman at first for the Wolves. As Ronin shows signs of bunt, she gets contact, but pops it right up as Bentian just springs up and makes the catch for out number 2. That brings us to the first baseman, Isabella Lewis. 2 outs now for the Wolves, with Victoria Zimmerman at first. First pitch to Lewis is fouled back. 0-1 count for Isabella Lewis. As that is just outside the strike zone for a 1-1 count for Isabel Lewis. As Theophilus' pitch is just outside the bottom left corner for a 2-1 count now. Theophilus, the Tumwater, Washington native, graduated from Black Hills High School, as Zimmerman tries to steal second, but Alyssa Bentigan gets the throw over to the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner, and Zimmerman is out to end the top of the first inning. That will bring us to the bottom of the first inning with a relatively quiet first 3 at bats. As we take a look at the Wildcats starting lineup, we have leading off the second baseman McKenna King. In batting second, the center fielder Jillian Hampson. Batting third, the designated player, Sasha Mitchell. Batting fourth, the catcher, who made an incredible foul out, Alyssa Bentigan. And then she's going to be followed by the first baseman, Brooke Jordan. And then the third baseman, Serena Perez. Batting seventh is going to be the right fielder, Kate Hopkins. Batting eighth, the shortstop, Lainey Kaisner. And batting ninth, the left fielder, Carson Decker, with, of course, Theophilus in the circle for the Wildcats. Stay tuned in just one moment as Erica Solis takes over the circle for the Wolves. And welcome back from that very brief break as McKenna King takes her at bat. She steps in the batter's box. Solis with a 3.15 ERA this season and a 3-2 record. In 40 innings pitched as King takes ball one. Solis' second pitch is ball two. 2-0 count for the Wildcat second baseman from King. Gets a nice piece on that, but it's just foul. 2-1 count now for the Wildcat leadoff hitter. Solis, a senior from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Solis with pitch number 3 is King just outside the shortstop's glove. I think it might have just bounced right over her glove as she dived for it. But either way, it's a great start to the Wildcats' first at-bats. Which brings up the center fielder, Jillian Hampson. If you remember from game 1, King had that game-winning triple to put the Cats up 2-1. And I want to say it was like the fifth inning, maybe 6th inning, to help secure the victory for the Wildcats. As Hampson shows signs of bunt, but it's fouled back. Oh, 1 count for the Mill Creek, Washington native. And nice contact by Hampson, but it's just going to be flied out to the left fielder in the left center part of field as King retreats back to first base. First out of the game for the Wolves as Hampson flies that one out. Bringing up the designated hitter, Sasha Mitchell from Juanita High School in Kirkland, Washington. As that first pitch to Mitchell is in there for a strike, 0-1 count. These two teams had a 4-game series scheduled earlier before conference play started down in Monmouth, but the weather was not so forgiving as a big swing and a miss by Mitchell makes an 0-2 count as both teams were only able to get 4.5 innings in for the whole weekend, with Western Oregon squeezing by a 2-1 victory. Pitch 3 to Mitchell is just outside the box for a 1-2 count. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning with McKenna King on first for the Wildcats. As that is going to be ball number 2 as the ball gets away from Natalie Willoughby, the catcher for the Wolves, but doesn't get too far where King goes back to first. 2-2 count for Sasha Mitchell, the Wildcats' designated player. As that's going to be in there for ball 3, a full count now for Mitchell. And that's going to be ball 4. Runners at first and second now for the Wildcats with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Bringing up the Wildcats' home run leader, Alyssa Bentigan.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 16, the catcher, Alyssa Bentigan.
Bentigan looking to make some noise in this at-bat. She definitely could deliver in a big way. She takes strike 1. That would be a great start if Bentigan could have a solid hit in this at-bat. And a big swing and a miss for making an 0-2 count for Bentigan. Solis has only allowed 1 home run this whole season. As Bentigan takes ball 1. In Solis' 40 innings pitched. And that's going to be a big strikeout, making it 2 outs with runners at first and second. Solis gets her first strikeout of the game, bringing up Brooke Jordan.
Now batting for your Wildcats, the first baseman, number 18, Brooke Jordan.
Jordan, the senior from Snohomish, transferred here from Seattle University, as she makes some solid contact, but it hits off of Mitchell's foot and makes an out. Yeah, so that will end the bottom of the first inning as the Wildcats and Wolves remain tied at 0 apiece. We'll be back in just a moment, back to the top of the second. And welcome back to Gary and Bobby Frederick Field as the Wolves take their second at-bats here in the top of the second with Isabel Lewis continuing her at-bat from end of the first after Zimmerman got caught stealing, and she delivers. She helps the Wolves to a great start here in the top of the second. It lands just in front of Kate Hopkins to put Lewis at first, and that will bring us to Carly Tiedemann, the shortstop, or apologies, the designated player for the Wolves. as Tiedemann takes strike one from Theophilus. Zoe with a 3.94 ERA this year and a 2-3 record has been getting the starts in game 2 over the past couple of weekends as Tiedemann fouls that one just foul, making an 0-2 count. And Tiedemann's going to strike out. 3-pitch strikeout by Theophilus. Gives us out number 1 here in the top of the second inning. And that brings us to the shortstop, Sidney Conklin.
Now batting the shortstop, number 9, Sidney Conklin.
Theophilus readies pitch 1 to Conklin. She gets a nice piece of it, but it's popped up and should be routine as Carson Decker's under in left center field to keep Lewis at first base and to bring up the catcher Natalie Willoughby.
Now batting for the Wolves, number 22, the catcher, Natalie Willoughby.
Willoughby up to bat with 2 outs for the Wolves here in the top of the second inning. Isabel Lewis at first. Big swing and a miss by Willoughby. Gives her strike 1. Theophilus readies pitch 2 as Willoughby thinks twice about that, but she probably should have swung as that's going to be in there for a strike. 0-2 count for Natalie Willoughby. Willoughby, a senior from Junction City, Oregon, graduated from Willamette High School. She takes ball 1. 1-2 count. And that's going to be ball 2. Evens the count up at 2 apiece with 2 outs. Theophilus readies pitch 5. So that's going to be ball 3. Full count now for Natalie Willoughby. She gets a nice piece of that. And that's going to, just go off of Hopkins' glove. But it will give the Wolves the lead. That looks like it might have been gone for a minute. That had some power on it as Willoughby is there at second base as that. Hopkins had a chance at that, but it just bounced off the edge of her glove. But regardless, it's a 1-0 Wolves lead now with Lewis rounding her way to first. Big 2-out double by Natalie Willoughby gives Western Oregon the 1-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. And that brings up Maddie Doig, who gets a nice piece of that as Carson Decker's running, but she just outside of her glove. As that's going to be back-to-back 2-out doubles by the Wolves, making it a 2-0 lead for Western Oregon. A big rally here with 2 outs by Western Oregon. As that will bring us to the number 9 hitter, Carly Turpin. As Alyssa Bentkin goes to the circle to have a quick chat with Theophilus, try and help calm her down a little bit. To say that those doubles were close to being outs is probably an understatement, as Willoughby's literally just bounced off of Hopkins' glove and Doig's just went right over Decker's glove. as Turpin grounds that one right to McKenna King at second, who tosses it to Brooke Jordan at first to end the inning, but not before Western Oregon gets 2 runs, making it 2-0 WOU lead. We'll be back here in the bottom of the second in just one moment. And welcome back as the Wildcats look to bounce back and answer this 2-out, 2-run top of the second that the Wolves just had. And leading the charge for the Wildcats is going to be the third baseman, Serena Perez. Swings and misses on that first pitch, making an 0-1 count. As Perez takes ball 1. 1-1 count now for the Round Rock, Texas native. Solis prepares pitch 3 as Perez gets that one right to the shortstop, who easily tosses it over to first base for out number 1. Bringing up the right fielder, Kate Hopkins. Hopkins from Seattle, Washington, was an All-American at Walla Walla Community College. Hoping to get a hit here, which would help a lot as she fouls that one back, making an 0-1 count. Solis prepares pitch 2 to Hopkins, who fouls that one back as well. Back-to-back fouled balls by Hopkins to start her at bat. Brings her to an 0-2 count. That's going to be way outside the strike zone, bringing it to a 1-2 count. As Hopkins gets a piece of that, but once again fouls it away, keeping it at 1-2. With 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. As that's going to be just outside the strike zone for a 2-2 count for the Wildcat right fielder. Big swing and a miss, and I believe strikeout number 2 for Solis now. Bringing up the Wildcat shortstop, Lainey Kaisner, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second.
Number 11, Lainey Kaisner.
First pitch to Kaisner makes her move out of the way just a little bit as she takes ball 1. That one's going to be bounce off the catcher Natalie Willoughby's glove, but for ball 2. 2-0 count for the Wildcat shortstop from Snohomish. As she takes ball 3. 3-0 count. As Kaisner takes strike 1. 3-1 count for Kaisner. That's going to be big pop-up as it stays in play, and Willoughby's there to get the out and end the inning. Still a 2-0 lead for Western Oregon, heading to the top of the 3rd inning. We'll be back in just one moment. And we are back in action now as we are back to the top of the order for the Wolves with Bella Valdez. Apologies, Bella Valdez. She takes ball 1. Valdez, she's a speedster to say the least. She accounted for the first run, or I guess the only run in game 1 for the Wolves, after keeping the Wildcat defense on their toes with her speed and big jumps off the base. As she takes ball 2. Valdez is 14 of 15 on stolen bases this year to lead the Wolves as she takes ball 3. 3-0 count now for Valdez. The Tualatin, Oregon native, as she now takes strike 1, making it a 3-1 count. Zoe Theophilus prepares pitch number 5, as that's going to be in there for a ball to get leadoff walk. I believe Valdez had 3 walks in game 1. As that brings us to the Ellensburg native Victoria Zimmerman, the Wolves center fielder. Zimmerman is just a sophomore, so she's still got a couple years left to go. She takes ball 1 as she pulls back on that bunt attempt. And she gets a nice piece of that, but it's drilled at the Wildcat dugout, making it a 1-1 count. That's going to be down in the dirt for ball 2. So we have a 2-1 count for Victoria Zimmerman. She gets another nice piece of that, but fouls it away. 2-2 count for the center fielder. She puts that one in play as King Ted. Let's see. It looks like King tried to make the tag on the runner on Valdez from first to second, but she must have missed, and she threw it over to first, and the Wolves thought that they had that Zimmerman beat out the throw, but the ump said otherwise, making it 1 out now for the Wolves with Valdez at second base. That brings up the third baseman, Kate Roning, who fouls that one off. It might still be in play, but it is not. The catch was not made, as it was hiding behind the Wolves dugout where the ball fell, making an 0-1 count for Roning. That's going to be in there for strike 2. Oh, 2 count for Kate Roning. And Theophilus gets the strikeout. A big strikeout to make it 2 outs. And bring up the first baseman, Isabel Lewis, who started that second inning off really well for the Wolves. She had a big hit that helped put her on base, and she was accounted for the first run. She grounds that one to Lainey Kaisner, the shortstop, who tosses it over to Jordan at first for out number 3 to end the inning. As we will head to the bottom of the third with the Wildcats coming back up to bat here in just one moment. And welcome back to the bottom of the third inning here at Gary and Bobby Frederick Field, as the Wildcats will look at the number 9 hitter, Carson Decker, to lead things off. The Wolves with the 2-0 lead as Decker bunts it, and it's just off of the glove of the third baseman before it dribbles out a foul, making it a fair ball. So Decker finds herself at first base to start this bottom of the third inning, bringing us back to the top of the order with McKenna King.
We're Wildcats with second baseman number 6, McKenna King.
King, the Emerald Ridge High School graduate. Been playing 4 years here for the Wildcats. She bunts as, it almost went. The third baseman was there and throws it, but it almost looked like it almost might have taken the first baseman off if it was just an inch or so more to the right. But nonetheless, King does what she needs to do with the sack bunt and moves Decker over to second base and brings us now to Jillian Hampson. As Hampson takes strike one. Hampson's been a little quiet today. Looking to make some noise on this at bat. She takes ball one, making it an even 1-1 count. And she lines that one right back to the pitcher, who has Decker over in a rundown. Decker is safe as the pitcher Hampson's safe at first. Decker was distracting, and the pitcher thought that she had her as Decker tried going back to second, but saw the pitcher threw to the shortstop at second base, and it was give Decker just enough time to get past the third baseman and slide into third base. That brings us to the designated player, Sasha Mitchell, here with one out, and Decker at third and Hampson at first base. Solis throws ball one to Mitchell. 1-0 count for the designated player for the Wildcats. That one's down in the dirt, making it ball two. As it looks like Willoughby was going to go and have a quick chat with Solis, but she decided against it. Pitch number 3 to Mitchell is in there for a strike. 2-1 count for Sasha Mitchell. As that's going to be also in their first strike, evening the count at 2-2. And the ump. That one looked like it might have been riding the strike zone line, but the ump says it was not, and that means that it's a full 3-2 count. Sorry for that delay, but Mitchell wrapped up her at-bat by getting hit, which loaded the bases, and first pitch to Alyssa Bentigan is drilled to right center field, tying this game at 2 apiece as Decker and Hampson make their way home. We still have 1 out here with Mitchell at third and Bentigan at second, bringing us to Brooke Jordan, the senior first baseman for the Wildcats. And that's going to be ball 1 to Jordan. Jordan takes ball 2 from Solis. And that's going to be just in the bottom left corner of the strike zone, making it 2-1 for Brooke Jordan. That's right down the middle for strike number 2, evening the count at 2 each. And that's going to be ball 3, making it a full 3-2 count. Jordan with the first RBI in game 1 as she takes ball 4 as that one almost clipped her elbows, making the bases loaded once again. Still only 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning as we have Sasha Mitchell at 3rd, Alyssa Bentigan at 2nd, and just joining them now is Brooke Jordan at 1st as the Wolves infielders will have a quick meeting to try and calm down Erica Solis and come up with a game plan on how to get these final 2 outs and avoid the Wildcats taking the lead. Serena Perez will be up to bat for CWU. Perez played with, head coach Joe DePietro is actually going to make a sub. See what he has in store as looks like it might be Heidi Hatevelt maybe? Yes, it is. It's Heidi Hatevelt coming in to run at 2nd for Alyssa Bentigan. So now we have Sasha Mitchell at 3rd, Heidi Hatevelt at 2nd, and Brooke Jordan at 1st. With Serena Perez at bat, and only 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd as the Wildcats have tied it up thanks to a big hit by Alyssa Bentigan all the way at the wall in right center field. As Perez takes strike 1, 0-1 count to the former Tarleton State Texan for reuniting with Coach Joe DePietro here in Ellensburg. Big swing and a miss by Perez, making an 0-2 count. Solis prepares pitch number 3 to Perez. That's going to be just outside the strike zone for ball 1. That's going to be down under the strike zone for ball 2. Evening the count at 2-2. As the Western Oregon first baseman asks for the home plate to be cleaned off. And the ump obliges. That's going to be up outside the top corner for ball 3. A full count now for Serena Perez with the bases loaded. As she gets a nice piece of that, but it fouls off, keeping her at bat alive. Still a full 3-2 count for Serena Perez. Perez gets another nice piece of that, but sends it sailing into the protective netting of the baseball field for another foul ball. And Perez gets a nice piece of that as it just goes over the third baseman's glove. That will give the Cats the lead as Sasha Mitchell trots home. 3-2 lead now for the Wildcats. The Wildcats have found their stride, their offensive stride here in the bottom of the third inning. They have Heidi Hateville at third, Brooke Jordan at second, and Serena Perez at first base. And that brings up the right fielder, Kate Hopkins, for the Wildcats as she takes ball 1. The Wolves infielders give some encouraging words to Erica Solis to try and get this out as Hopkins pops that one foul. 1-1 count. As Hopkins takes strike 2, 1-2 count. As the count gets even up at 2-2. Still only 1 out for the Wildcats with the bases loaded. Big swing and a miss and a huge strikeout by Solis to get out number 2. Changes the game plan just a little bit for the Wildcats as Lainey Kaisner comes up to bat.
Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Lily Kaisner.
Kaisner takes strike 1. An 0-1 count for the senior shortstop. Kaisner gets a piece of that, but gets fouled back, making an 0-2 count. Solis prepares pitch 3 to Lainey Kaisner. That's going to be up and away for ball 1. 1-2 count now for Kaisner. As she'll take ball 2 as that one was close to the bottom left corner of the strike zone, but not close enough to even the count at 2-2. And that's going to be a full count now with ball 3. A 3-2 count for Lainey Kaisner. She gets a piece of that, but sends it right to the second baseman, who tosses it to the shortstop at second base and gets the out. And the Wildcats take the lead, but leave their bases loaded as we head to the top of the fourth inning after big hits from Alyssa Bentgen and Serena Perez helped the Wildcats take the 3-2 lead. We'll be back in just a moment with the Wolves back to bat and see what their response will be. And welcome back as the Wolves are now back to bat after a long bottom of the third inning for the Wildcats. So the Wildcats now have the 3-2 lead, and Carly Tiedemann is leading things off for WOU as she has an 0-2 count and takes ball one. 1-2 count for Tiedemann. As the toss from Theophilus makes it, evens things up 2-2. As that's in there for a strikeout. Tiedemann goes down for Theophilus' second strikeout of the game. As that brings up the shortstop for the Wolves, Sydney Conklin. Conklin, a sophomore from nearby Corvallis, down there in the Monmouth area. She takes strike one. And that's going to be fouled, but strike two for Conklin. She hesitated on that swing and might have costed her. 0-2 count for Conklin now. As she'll take ball one as that one was down in the dirt. Theophilus prepares her next pitch. And a swing and a miss by Conklin. It was down in the dirt, so Bentgen has to make the throw to Jordan. But they get the out regardless, and it's 2 outs now. Here in the top of the fourth inning, bringing up Catcher Natalie Willoughby, who had a huge hit to start the back-to-back doubles with her and Maddie Doig. And the first pitch to Willoughby's a big swing and a miss. Willoughby's definitely got some power in her, as we saw in her last at-bat, scoring the Wolves' first run and landing herself at second base. Theophilus prepares pitch 2, and that's another big swing and a miss. 0-2 count now for Natalie Willoughby. Theophilus readies the pitch, and that's going to be down in the dirt for ball 1. 1-2 count now. The delivery from Theophilus is up and away for ball 2. Even 2-2 count now. And a big swing and a miss for Theophilus' third strikeout of the game to end the top of the 4th inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th here in just 1 moment. Stay tuned to see what the Wildcats can put together. And we're back in action as Carson Decker takes her spot in the batter's box. Decker, the one that started the last inning off for the Wildcats, looking to help spark the same type of inning this inning. She bunts, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1 count for the Anchorage, Alaska native. Decker, just a junior, so she's still got 1 more year left in her. Has been a staple in left field for the Wildcats the past couple of years. And that's down and away, and gets away from the catcher, but nobody's on base. So it's a 1-1 count now for Decker. And that's going to be low and away for a 2-1 count for Carson Decker, the Wildcats left fielder. And it's fouled off, or tip foul by Decker to even the count at 2-2. Solis prepares the pitch. That's going to be in there for a strike. Big strikeout by Solis. her third of the game as well.
Now batting for your Wildcats, the second baseman, number 6.
That brings us back to the top of the order with McKenna King. That's going to be just under the strike zone for ball 1. As King gets a piece of it, but grounds it right back to Solis, who tosses it to first for out number 2. That brings us to Jillian Hampson, who with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
21, Jillian Hampson.
That's just straddles the strike zone for strike 1. 0-1 count for Hampson. That's going to be just outside the corner for ball 1. That's going to be just outside the bottom corner, so opposite side of the strike zone from the pitch prior, making a 2-1 count for Jillian Hampson. It's going to be way outside the strike zone that time, making a 3-1 count now. So Lee's only 1 walk in the game so far. As Hampson fouls that one back to make it a full 3-2 count. Sleaze readies the pitch and Hampson fouls that one back. Hampson draws the walk to keep the Wildcats at bats alive this inning. That brings us to designated player Sasha Mitchell, who swung, but I think they might be looking. She started to swing at least. And 0-1 count, yes. So she went for it. As that's going to be down and away for ball 1. One count for Mitchell. And that's going to be just below the strike zone as Willoughby throws back to Lewis at first to check Hampson and make sure that she's on her toes. And that's going to drill Mitchell right in the shoulder, just above her elbow, I think. Ooh, and she's definitely hurting, as head coach Joe DiPietro and athletic trainer Brittany Hodgman had a check on her, make sure that she's okay. She got drilled on that.
Make sure you walk to the base, though.
Hodgman helps helps her kind of stretch out her arm, make sure that she's still moving it and everything's feeling at least somewhat okay, aside from the big bruise that she will most certainly probably get on her arm. Over the summer, Mitchell was appointed by the CW as the CW student trustee by the Washington governor, Jay Inslee. Pretty cool. You don't get to see that pretty very often. And so she's convinced that she's going to stay out there. So she convinced Brittany and Joe that she'd stay out there. So she's going to keep herself at first as Hampson finds her way over to second base. And that brings us to Alyssa Bentigan looking to make some more noise this inning after a huge hit last inning to help put the Cats on the board, as that one just goes foul. Pitch number 2 to Bentigan. Gonna be just outside the corner for ball 1. 1-1 count for Alyssa. Native of Spokane Valley. She gets a nice piece of that, and that's gonna increase the lead for the Cats, as that one goes all the way to almost the wall in right center field, and that's going to be 2-run single for Alyssa Bentigan as Hampson and Mitchell rounded their way to home base. And that will bring us to Brooke Jordan now. Bentigan does it once again for the Cats, and she makes it a 5-2 lead with a 2-run single, and 2-run 2-out single to be exact, as Jordan takes ball 1. 1-0 count for Jordan. Sally's next pitch. Oh, they're saying that hit the ground before it bounced over to the first baseman, but so it's a 1-1 count now for Jordan. I didn't see it bounce, but I also don't have the greatest view back here as I'm behind 2 players and an umpire, so. Jordan gets ready for. Oh, that pitch is up and away. As Willoughby does a nice job to stop that one from getting past her. 2-1 count for Brooke Jordan. And that's going to be in their first strike. Evens the count at 2-2. And Jordan gets a piece of that, and Valdez will tag Bentigan for the out. As Valdez looks a little shaken up, as Bentigan kind of was running, and Valdez got her right in the middle of the sprint, but she's up and she looks fine. She's walking off without anything, and she waves off her teammates who asked how she was doing, and she said fine, so it's good to see. As we head to the top of the 5th inning now, with the Wildcats leading 5-2. And welcome back to the top of the 5th inning, as we will have number 7, Maddie Doyd, leading the way for the Wolves. And that's going to be, they're checking to see if she swung, and they're saying no. So it's going to be ball number 1. Theophilus preps pitch 2, and that's in there for just inside the top right corner for a 1-1 count for Doig. And that's going to be in there for a strike. 1-2 count now. Big swing and a miss by Doige, and that she goes down for out number 1. That brings up the right fielder, Carly Turpin.
12, Carly Turpin.
That counts for strikeout number 5 for Zoe Theophilus in this game, as Turpin takes ball 1, as that one was down in the dirt. Theophilus prepares pitch number 2 to Turpin, who thought about it but pulled back at the very last second to take ball 2. Turpin, a sophomore from Boise, Idaho, is one of two Wolves from Boise, and both graduating from Capital High School, as she takes strike 1. Turpin just a sophomore, while her fellow native Boise teammate is just a freshman, Penny Barnett, as Turpin takes ball 3 for a 3-1 count. 1 out here in the top of the 5th, as Theophilus will try and keep Turpin from drawing the walk, and she will be unable to do so as Turpin takes her spot at first base, bringing us back to the top of the order with Bella Valdez to bat.
Now batting for the Wolves, the second baseman, number 1, Bella Valdez.
One out here in the top of the 5th, as Valdez fouls that one off. Had some hesitation with that swing, but swung regardless and went foul. 0-1 count for Valdez. And that's going to be just above the strike zone for ball 1. And that's going to be in there for a strike. 1-2 count now. And that's going to count for ball 2. as Valdez will foul that one off. As it bounced off the protective netting of the Wildcats dugout, heads to Serena Perez. 2-2 count for Bella Valdez. As Valdez fouls off another one. As Valdez gets a piece of that, but goes right to Lainey Kaisner, the shortstop, who tosses it to McKenna King at second to force the out at second. That will bring us up Victoria Zimmerman, the center fielder for Western Oregon, with Bella Valdez at first and 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. That's going to be in the dirt for ball 1. Zimmerman, the Wolves' best hitter with a .360 batting average. Looking to do some damage in her hometown. She takes ball 2. .2-0 count for Victoria Zimmerman. She gets a piece of that, but Serena Perez is right there for out at first. Well, tosses it over to Brooke Jordan at first for the out and to end the inning. Perez was definitely very shallow on that defensive play, but it worked in her favor as she got her glove up and secured it safely in her glove to toss it over to Jordan at first and get the out, bringing us to the bottom of the 5th here in just one moment. We're back here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Serena Perez keeps her streak going as she gets a single right up the middle as it went just underneath the shortstop as she finds her way to first base. And that brings us to Ashton Failer, who's pinch hitting for the Wildcats. Failer, a Arlington, Washington native, graduated from Lakewood High School. As it looks like Coach Joe DiPietro forgot to let the ump know that he was having a sub come in. And the Western Oregon coach just double checking, making sure to know exactly what happened there.
Now pitching for your Wildcats, number 2, Ashton Fowler.
Solis prepares pitch 1 to Failer, and that's down in the dirt for ball 1. One 0 count to Failer. Solis prepares that, and Failer hits that one. Kind of looked like it was in self-defense a little bit. It just looked like it was heading towards their elbows, but regardless, it was a foul as it went immediately down in the dirt for making it a 1-1 count. And Solis' pitch is outside the bottom left corner. 2-1 count now for Ashton Failer. This is Failer's 13th at bat this year, and she has a .250 clip with 3 hits and 1 double and 5 RBIs. She can definitely be very effective when she's at bat. She fouls that one away to even at a 2-2 count. And that's going to be in there for a strike. Big strikeout by Solis.
Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Lainey Kaysner.
As that will go in as strikeout number 4 for Solis, bringing up Lainey Kaysner, the Wildcat shortstop. As Kaysner will even the count up at 1-1. As Kaysner makes contact but fouls it away, making it a 1-2 count. And the Wolves thought that was going to be a strike for the strikeout, but the ump thought it was just a little bit to the left of the strike zone, making it a 2-2 count. So that one's going to be under the bottom left corner for a full 3-2 count for Lainey Kaysner, as Serena Perez waits in the wings at first base for the Wildcats. Kaysner hits that one, but pops it up, and the shortstop's there to make the catch. Sydney Conklin, the Wolves shortstop, making the out on that. So that brings up Carson Decker, the Wildcats' number 9 hitter.
The left fielder, number 15, Carson Decker.
And Decker takes ball 1 as that was down almost in the dirt. Decker pops that one up, and it's just over Valdez at second base, who tosses it to running at third base, but Perez slides in and is safe as Decker trots her way over to second base, bringing up McKenna King, top of the order for the Wildcats. And on that play, McKenna King flies that one out to the right center field, and the Wolves will get the out and end the inning. Wildcats keep the 5-2 lead here in the heading to the top of the 7th inning. Or apologies, heading to the top of the 6th inning. We'll be back in just one moment for the Wolves at bat. Welcome back to the top of the 6th inning as the third baseman, Kate Ronning, is going to start things off for the Wolves. She takes ball 1 from Zoe Theophilus. And Ronning rounds that one over to Kaisner, who just gets the throw in time to Brooke Jordan at first for out number 1. 1 up, 1 down for the Wolves, bringing up number 28, Isabel Lewis, the first baseman for the Wolves. Theophilus prepares pitch 1 to Lewis, who gets a nice piece of it but fouls it back for an 0-1 count with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning.
So the baseball scoreboard, the bottom of the 5th or the bottom of the 6th, so like the home section of the...
And that's going to be just outside the bottom corner of the strike zone, evening it at a 1-1 count. That's going to be just outside the right edge of the strike zone for a 2-1. 2-1 count now for Isabel Lewis. Theophilus looking for strikeout number 7 as she has 6 already in this game. That's going to be in there, bringing her 1 step closer to that 7th strikeout. 2-2 count for Theophilus, or for Isabel Lewis. Lewis grounds that one to McKenna King, who has the easy throw to Brooke Jordan at first for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down now for the Wolves, as the Wolves head coach, Allie Boytz, will bring in a pinch hitter, number 33, Hope Bodak. Bodak made an appearance as a pinch hitter in game number 1. The Coeur d'Alene, Idaho native, just a freshman. As Bodak prepares for pitch 1 from Theophilus. And that's going to be in there for strike number 1. Oh, 1 count for Hope Bodak. And that's also going to be in there for a strike. 0-2 count. That's going to be just outside the strike zone for a 1-2 count now for Bodak. And Bodak pops that one up. Might land in shallow field, and Hampson's there to corral it, as she will end the top of the 6th inning and bring the Cats back to bat to see if they can build upon their 5-2 lead. We'll be back in just one moment. Now at second base for the Wolves is number 30, Brooklyn Schneid, freshman from Meridian, Idaho. And Jillian Hampson will be the first at bat for the Wildcats as she drills that one into shallow center field for an easy first base. Good leadoff hit for Hampson here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Going to try and put this game away, as the Cats currently have a 5-2 lead. Bringing up Sasha Mitchell. Mitchell looking pretty solid after getting drilled in the arm, shoulder area, or in her last at bat. She'll take strike 1 from Erica Solis. Oh, 1 count for Sasha Mitchell. And that's going to be down in the dirt as Hampson will take second base after Natalie Willoughby had a little trouble corralling that one. Hampson took advantage and moved her way over to second base as the Wolves infield will have a brief minute to. There looks like they're fanning off a little bit as Wildcat athletic trainer Brittany Hodgman checks just to make sure she's doing okay, and some smiles, and looks like she's all set and ready to go. 1-1 count for Sasha Mitchell. Hampson at second base. Mitchell gets a nice piece of that, but the second baseman's there. Tosses it to first for the out, but it advances Hampson to third base. 1 out now for Alyssa Bentigan, who's had a couple clutch hits for the Wildcats. She's really been one of the driving forces in the runs at the very least. Being responsible for a couple big hits to help make it a 5-2 Wildcat lead. Hampson at third base, and Bentigan grounds that one to third base, and it was took the first baseman off the bag, but the first baseman landed right in front of Bentigan and tagged her out for out number 2. That brings up Brooke Jordan.
That'll bring up the first baseman, number 18, Brooke Jordan.
Jordan prepares pitch 1. And she'll take ball 1. That one just riding the left edge of the strike zone. 1-0 count for Brooke Jordan. As that one's going to be just along the opposite edge of the strike zone, the inside edge, for a 2-0 count to Jordan. And that one's going to be just outside the bottom corner for a 3-0 count now for Brooke Jordan. So Lee's looking to try and stop Jordan from walking, but she will. It'll be in there for a strike. 3-1 count now for Brooke Jordan. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Jillian Hampson at third base. And that's going to be ball 4, sending Brooke Jordan to first with put runners on the corners for Serena Perez. Perez also having a couple big hits in the past this game, as the Wolves infielders will have a quick meeting and try and figure out a game plan to get this final out and avoid the Cats from increasing their 5-2 lead. Just a reminder, before we start today, these two teams were tied in the conference standings. With the Cats winning game 1, they are now 7-6, whereas the Wolves are 6-7. So this is a critical series because whoever will possibly win the series could be in 4th place in the final position for the conference tournament. Perez pops that one up as it's gone, and it's over the left fielder's glove, as that one almost was gone. But nonetheless, it gives the Cats another run as Hampson finds her way home and makes it a 6-2 CWU lead. Brooke Jordan at third base and Serena Perez at second, bringing up Kate Hopkins. Big 2-out hit by Perez to give extra insurance to the Cats, as Hopkins lines that one to the shortstop, and that will end the inning. But not before Serena Perez gives the Cats one more run. 6-2 lead with the Wolves' possible final 3 at-bats coming up. We'll be back in just one moment with the possible concluding action of the day. Welcome back here at the top of the 7th inning as Brooklyn Schneid leads things off for the Wolves, as she has a big swing and a miss for an 0-2 count. And that's going to be a big strikeout. Zoe Theophilus' 7th strikeout of the game. And it comes at no better time than in the top of the 7th inning. 1 out with a 6-2 lead for the Cats, and that brings up the catcher, Natalie Willoughby. Willoughby has a 1-1 count now, as Theophilus throws just below the strike zone for a 2-1 count now. As Willoughby gets a nice piece of that, but it's right to Kate Hopkins at right field, and that gets out number 2. The Wolves now down to their final out of the day, as that will bring up Maddie Deutsch, the left fielder for the Wolves. Theophilus prepares pitch number 1 to Deutsch. And she fouls that one back. 0-1 count for Deutsch. And that's going to be in there for a strike. 0-2 count for Maddie Deutsch. And that's going to be just outside the strike zone for a 1-2 count. Deutsch keeping the game alive. And she gets a nice hit on that, but King bobbles it, but gets the throw in time, and the Cats win. 6-2 victory for the Wildcats here in Game 2 to sweep the day by scores of 2-1 in Game 1 and 6-2 here in Game 2. As that will also put the Cats up 2 games over the Wolves for that final 4th spot for the conference tournament. Some notable stats from the game today. The Wolves finished the game with 4 hits as Bella Valdez, Isabel Lewis, Natalie Willoughby, and Maddie Deutsch all recording a hit, with Willoughby and Deutsch also having an RBI. Erica Solis finished with allowing 6 runs, 9 hits, 5 walks, but getting 5 strikeouts during the game for Western Oregon. For the Wildcats, they were led by Serena Perez with 3 hits, Alyssa Bentigan and Carson Decker each with 2, McKenna King and Jillian Hampson each having 1 hit apiece, with Bentigan having 3 RBIs and Perez with 2 RBIs.
It's only supposed to be highlights. It's not supposed to be like that.
Zoe Theophilus, the freshman from Tumwater, having an outing for the Wildcats as she pitched the full game, allowing 2 runs and 2 walks, but she strikes out 7. Cats and the Wolves will be back in action again tomorrow as they have another doubleheader with the Wildcats' 3rd annual Gold Star Games happening, set for a 12:15 start time for the ceremony prior to the start of that prior to first pitch of Game 1. So we will be live for that as the Cats will have the ceremony at home base, honoring the victims, the families of fallen military members. As that will happen at 12:15 tomorrow, with first pitch still set for 1 p.m. and Game 2 to follow approximately 35 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. We hope that you guys will join us tomorrow for another fun-filled day of action here at Gary and Bobby Frederick Field. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope everybody has a great rest of their night.
You guys want to play any Settlers of Catan tonight?